evening all. How are we all doing? Yeah, you're quite right, Resley. And yeah, tea trauma is real. So luckily I have tea. Can you not hear me? The green bar says you can hear me. You can hear me? Claire can hear me. But then she is sat next to me, so you know. Good, good, good. So, as usual, let's have a look at what we did during the week. Well, actually, an important point. We put the competition channel live today for the key giveaway. We were supposed to do the key giveaway on this stream, but we put the channel live too late. So we're going to do it on Wednesday instead. So that gives you 3 days to get your key submissions in. So be sure to do that if you want a chance at winning a key. And also 3 captain tiers on the offer, if I am not mistaken. Thanks to Firstus. That would be very welcome, Mr. Sid. I went through a spate of just trying different whiskies to see if I could, appreciate the difference between a cheap supermarket whiskey to like a proper quality whiskey. And sadly, I still can't tell the difference. They just taste like whiskey to me. Cold and dry, thank you, Cobalt. That is awesome, Firstus, thank you. Yeah, I have a huge soft spot for the Jack Daniel's honey, and I guess it's technically honey liqueur and not whiskey, but it's close enough to be whiskey, and I really like it. Right, so what have I been doing? Let's just go to Mini-Me. I've been trying to cut out some sections of hull. Oh good, Elliot, I'm glad it's there now. Yeah, Claire's been adding more names to the credits, and they'll be added to the database as we go. So one of the things that I did for backer star systems and the names in the credits is I've shifted all of that away from static files that are shipped with the game to a remote MySQL database. So we can update the names in the credits, and we can update the backer star systems outside of our usual patch cycle, which means essentially we can update them immediately, which is really, really helpful. And to that end, what's the best way to demonstrate this? So let's change to my test level a sec. Yeah, I've got a few of those on a shelf behind me, Cobalt. So you can see here there are 2 star systems that shouldn't be there. One is my test system, and this is part of the backers stars, so it's on the same remote MySQL database. So you can see it's pulling that in remotely. But also we also have a modded star system as well, and that's being pulled locally from a SQLite database that's stored as part of the game files. And this one means we now have modding support for star systems. You can't specify what's in the star system yet, but you can specify some basic details about them. So if I come out of that a sec, I'll show you how that works. So, which one do I need? I need that one. So in the game's content directory, obviously I've got a whole bunch of stuff there because it's not packaged, but in the packaged version, if you go into the content folder, you'll see that we now have this stars_modded.db. And if I go and open up the dev version of that, which is down the bottom here somewhere. So I'm just using this freeware SQLite browser, but it does allow me to modify and add rows and things to the database. So essentially you can add as many systems here as you like into this local database. So I've just added modded system, so I could call that anything I want. Let's call it like Danville. And then you could add, you know, the name of a race. Let's call them Danians because why not? Things like tech level and details for the race are also supported. These are bytes, so this corresponds to an enum. I don't have a conversion table to hand. I'll have to make one. But as we build out the different physiologies and styles of government, there'll be many different styles to choose from, but they have to be specified as a byte for the game to read them. So, for example, 0 is one type of physiology. I think 0 is mammals, like 1 is insectoid. So you would just select via a lookup table which one you want to use, and then just add more and more as you need them. Temperature of the star is self-explanatory. That just tells you what type of star it is, and then the important XYZ, which is where it is. So if you wanted to recreate a set of star systems from a thing that you're fond of, then you can do that here. So if we just do save all on that. And if we look on here, it should have updated it, which it didn't do. Oh, yes, it did. It's there. So we now have the Danville star system, and obviously it's not scanned, so you can't see any of the details. But if we pick, I think probably that one. Actually, no, probably that one. If we do a scan of that one, hopefully that's the inhabited one. Wasn't that one. That one. So you can see here in the data, we now have the Danians, which are a reptilian democracy. And all that data there is being pulled from that local SQL file. So that's the first bit of modding support we've added to the game. It's very simple, it's very basic, but I guess you could class it as better than nothing at this point. We don't have controller support yet, but that is coming very soon. Yeah, we still have a couple of bugs with mostly analog devices, so it seems to be fine with controllers, but like analog sticks and things are causing the mouse to disappear in menus, and despite my best efforts, it's still happening. So I need to work more on that. But yeah, we should have controller support and the ability to remap keys and things. Well, hopefully in the next update if I have time. Right, what am I doing? If it works in Windows, Paul, then yeah, probably. Should it? Oh, let's have a look at that. The spreadsheet does a little bit of logic checking. So backers have access to a spreadsheet, and that's where we populate all of the backer data for now. Obviously, that's not the long-term solution. There will be a proper in-game tool. But for now, we're using a spreadsheet. And what it does is it checks that enough data is present before including that race within the system. So it checks to see, like, is the star temperature valid? Is the location valid? And is there enough data points in order for the game to be able to actually represent this in the game world? And if it is, it includes it in the database. No, the ship doesn't have an explodable core like what you see in Star Trek, because it's a fusion reactor. So fusion reactors, generally speaking, just stop working. They're a very non-explosive type of technology, and they're very finicky balanced type of technology as well. So if any of the parameters are off with a fusion reactor, generally the worst thing that happens is it just shuts down. There's no, fusion stops fusing, and I guess losing magnetic confinement of the plasma is probably the worst thing that can happen, but then that dissipates so quickly as to not cause any damage. The ship will, however, have a self-destruct, and that will take the form of canisters of liquid which are inert on their own, but explosive when combined. And like inside the framework, like here, in various places throughout the ship, will be the self-destruct devices, which are all kind of networked together. But that's quite a long ways off before we start blowing it up. We're going to finish building it before we blow it up. But the rationale with things like combat within the game are that we don't want ships to just arbitrarily explode when they hit 0 hit points. We're not modeling it in that way. So, things like the fusion reactor have components that can be damaged, and you got all the breaker boxes and things which can be damaged, and indeed the individual cables which can be damaged individually. So when your ship's receiving incoming fire, it's those individual things that are being destroyed. So the ship won't just arbitrarily blow up, because there's nothing on it that can arbitrarily blow up. But it will start failing more and more in different places as more and more damage is accrued, until you reach the point where essentially it's just an inert hunk of metal floating in space. Yeah, I've never really liked things just exploding when they run out of hit points, because it's not particularly realistic. If you think about a real world naval vessel, they don't just blow up when you shoot at them. They tend to get holes in them and sink. Perm from the Anne McCaffrey Dragon Riders or Perm book series. Sadly, I don't know who they are.
They're great books.
Yeah. What are they about?
They're fantasy books.
Oh, okay. Well, we certainly couldn't add anything that's, someone else's IP to the game without their permission. Apollo 13 didn't explode, it just had a leak. Yeah, so NPCs are coming. Not all at once, we'll probably do it department by department. Oh, so you want to be able to specifically add them and pose them. Yeah, so obviously we have the flying camera because we want for people to be able to use that for doing, machinima and that sort of thing. And we're going to be adding lots of different tools to that camera to make filmmaking within the game possible and easy. I hadn't considered the option of being able to add posable characters, for static screenshots, but yeah, it's definitely something we can look into. But yeah, so like given this vessel, for example, you've got these storage tanks here. I mean, deuterium is hydrogen, and hydrogen burns. But I guess the thing is that they're stored in a fluid state, and I don't know the physics behind just how explosive that would be. But let's say one of these tanks exploded. The whole rest of the ship isn't combustible. It's all just made of metal, and it's not just going to arbitrarily just blow up. Yes, we will have internal fire, definitely. One of the reasons that we've switched to this segmented design, where, as you can see here, these wall panels and this floor is all one segment. The rationale behind doing that is so that we can have things like fire spread around the ship. So yes, this is one of those things where we kind of have to draw the line between what's realistic and what's fun. I mean, in a realistic scenario, you would have automatic fire suppression, you'd have non-combustible materials, and if we were building this ship for real, it wouldn't be possible for fire to just spread down corridors, because none of this stuff would burn in the real world. However, it is a game, and we do want some of that sci-fi excitement in there. So, wall panels, floor panels, they will be combustible and they will burn, and fire will spread. And they won't just automatically get put out by a fire suppression system. You will have to actually go there with fire extinguishers and putting the legwork to put fires out. Which may not be as realistic, but it is more fun and creates more drama aboard the ship. Ishtar, please direct any complaints that Claire... Oh, she's already said that. Yeah. The names in the credits are copy pasted from a spreadsheet. So we're not spell checking any of that. So just bear in mind that if anything's been entered incorrectly on the spreadsheet, that will carry through to the game verbatim. We can of course easily fix it, but just letting you know that if there are spelling errors and things, they have just been copy pasted across. Capitalization's another thing that we are just copying across. I think you are capitalizing some things, aren't you? Like names, like because some people have entered their names like all lowercase.
Yes.
So we've taken it upon ourselves to capitalize the first letter of their names.
Yeah, I've still not done them all, but they will be finished.
Yeah, so there's a few things we'll tweak, but yeah, generally speaking, it's just copied across. Exactly, Flame Drake, and yeah, we don't want the ship in its entirety just exploding for no reason, but there's no reason why things on the ship can't explode, because again, that's the scientific and engineering realism we're aiming for. With everything being simulated basically one-to-one, we have that freedom to have individual components, and then different components can have different explodey tolerances. Yes, there are many emergency bulkheads. There's one, there's another one, there's another one, there's another one. They're all over the place. There, etc. I haven't put doors in them yet, but these will be open and closable bulkheads. Which is why actually the doors to the battery rooms have moved. So this was the original layouts, and the doors to the battery rooms were nicely centralized, just to keep it all balanced, because I like symmetry. But when we added the additional bulkheads in the circular corridors, obviously that's where the door used to be. So what I've done is I've moved the doors to the battery rooms to the other side of the bulkhead. So for security reasons, if an intruder or someone with malicious intent gets past the security desk, and they get through this door, then they've still got more bulkheads that could be locked down before they actually get into any rooms where they could do any damage, or indeed the maintenance tunnels. So these two doors and the maintenance tunnel are arguably the most vulnerable bits of the deck, and they're behind two bulkheads, so you'd have to get through this bulkhead and this one to get to those particular sensitive areas. The reactor room itself isn't quite as protected, ironically, but with this being such a small corridor, there isn't really much scope for additional bulkheads, but it is something I will look at. And if I do go down that route, then we would have to have a bulkhead here where the door actually is, and then move the actual door itself over to here somewhere, but we're quite strapped for space in here, so we'll just have to see. Maybe that's something we'll improve on the next ship, a better layout of bulkheads. Yeah, there's definitely a gym on board. That's right at the front. Where are we? There. So the original idea was that this is going to be the sickbay complex here, and that was going to be the gym there, with this being the cinema here. And I think we're going to flip those two around. We were thinking about noise pollution from a film booming away right next to sickbay. So we'll put the cinema on this side and put the gym over on this side. So you'll have, and it kind of works better there anyway, because you'll have not just medical procedures happening here, but you also have things like the dentist, the psychologist, fitness advisors, nutritionalists. They're all going to work in the same medical facility. So having the gym adjacent to that is kind of sort of same ballpark sort of thing. They could even be directly connected. So maybe physio could be part of this whole area. What was the other thing? A library. Now, a library, actually, we don't have... No, we've got nowhere we could really put a library in the current layouts.
Would you really need one 200 years in the future? We use tablets and Kindles and things.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair point. I mean, we're talking, 200 years in the future, and everything's digital. Obviously, there will still be books, and we can have maybe a bookshelf in the VIP lounge just for a bit of aesthetic. But an actual library for books probably isn't particularly realistic for a ship of this nature.
Certain people will still have some, but probably not everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, the brigs here. So these are the brig cells, and the armory is actually going to be here. So that all of this area is part of the security complex, and obviously the brig cells are part of that. We will have a secure door here as well. So in addition to the cell doors themselves, we'll also have an actual, maybe even an airlock, like a human traffic airlock there, which would probably be advisable. Just the 4 cells. Yeah, it can do, Delta. It's have I not done that yet? Yeah, let me just double check. Oh yeah, it does need cutting through, doesn't it? Yeah, so I'll chop a hole in that, because obviously that secondary floor shouldn't be there, because this whole area is the park at the front of the ship. I'll see if I can cut out some windows as well before the demo. The big ring is the FTL drive, so these are all the FTL coils. The artificial gravity is a similar tech, but we'll have that running underneath the decks. So it creates, in a similar way, it uses the mass energy equivalence principle to generate a mass field, which in turn creates gravity. Yeah, eventually, Radislav, we're going to have sub-components within each device. So obviously right now it's just a box with a screen and all of the electrical bus and everything on the inside. It's kind of all hidden inside. Eventually I want this to be openable, so it'll hinge upward. The screen and everything will swing up and you'll be able to see the components on the inside. So individual breakers, the electrical bus, and then some capacitors maybe, we will have those inside and individually replaceable. So we'll keep adding granularity over time. So to begin with, we'll just get the boxes themselves all working and connected up. Same with things like the engines. So the engine will just be boom, an engine, but eventually they will have subcomponents, same as the reactor. And in fact, the reason that these little balconies are here is so that you can access some of the reactor hardware. So at some point we need to do a bit of a redesign on these neutral beam injectors. That's what these are. So these are neutral beam injectors which help create spin in the plasma field, and those will be separate modules that you can remove and repair. So certain aspects of the reactor can be damaged individually. So we just made to make sure that the player has access to that. Obviously, that one is almost lined up, but that one's nowhere near lined up. So we need to make the reactor taller so that it lines up with these access points. it doesn't go all the way to the top now anyway because of the way we separated the decks. So it just needs stretching. Yeah, we'll get to that, Cobalt, for sure. Yeah, yeah, so exactly. So one of the issues we have with going with 100% touchscreens is if there's no power, you can't do anything. So being able to flip the screens up and interact with the physical componentry will be how we get around that. So there will be more physical controls. Ishtar, yeah, there will be cables. So I started off here. You can see that I've just started the process of piping in the fluids and things. So this is the coolant loop. So coolant comes in here, gets routed up there throughout all the rings, and then the warmed coolant comes out the other side. I just haven't had time to actually do the rest of it. So this fusion reactor will be a lot more detailed when it's done. Like these just drums that hold the neutral beam injectors, but they also need coolant pipes. They need the fuel pipes. All of the pipe work will be external to the componentry. So things like fuel pipes will be routed on the inside, and those things will also be repairable as well. So things like these coolant feeds here will be damageable and replaceable, and we want to make sure that every time we include something like the fusion reactor, which is obviously a big bit of technology with lots of different subcomponents, we want to have as many subcomponents as possible. So there's a lot of complexity there in terms of what can break and what effect that thing breaking has on the device as a whole. And that'll be true for the engines, for the FTL, for the shield generators. It is all going to be eventually multiple components, although to begin with, just one solid thing that either works or doesn't. We'll iterate, over time. Hey, Gabriel. What we're working on today. So today we are working on modeling. Actually, I think what I'll do first is I want to experiment with having a socket generator that I can move around as needed to place wall panels. One of the slowest points of the process when adding stuff, you can see here that this wall panel has its world origin right there, which is where it connects to a socket. And if we grab the underlying floor panel, are you the one with the sockets? Yeah, so you can see here that I've placed sockets all around the floor panel so that wall panels, floor plating, ceiling panels, they all basically just slot into place based on where we've placed these sockets. It makes basically putting all the wall panels and things in really, really quick and easy, because all we're doing is we're just dragging them into place and they just go pop like that. So you go pop, and I don't have to manually line anything up, which is slow and time consuming. But what is also slow and time consuming is actually adding all of those sockets in the first place. So I was just thinking, given that we already have a template, i.e. this, so this is our floor panel template, so we know where the walls are going, what thickness they are, where the floor plating goes, etc, etc, etc. If I can just add sockets to sections of this that I can copy paste around, that will actually speed the process up considerably. especially considering that segments of the ship are very much copy pastable. So all the straight sections have these same pieces. So this piece here would be exactly the same here. So I only need to add sockets to one piece and then just copy paste it over here. On the whole, that should speed everything up. And then when it comes to things like the circular segments, certainly around the central rings 1 and 2, we either have an odd or even number of segments. So we only need one odd and one even section, so basically that. And all we need is this in odd and even variants to include the socket locations for plonking in wall panels. So just having this one, I can copy that to any of the decks vertically and just rotate it around as needed, rather than having to go through the effort of setting up all the sockets every time I add some floor plating in. It should speed the process up, but we shall see. So with that in mind, what I don't want to do is mess up footstep sounds, because they're based on collision as well. So if we take... It's easier to use the ones that are lined up with sort of the cardinal axes. So what have we got here? So this one's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's our odd one. And then 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That's another odd one. 2, 3, 4, 5. That's also an odd one. They're all odd on that deck. So if we do that one first, then, and we can do it deck by deck. So one of the drawbacks of the snapping system I'm using is that they won't snap to anything that doesn't have collisions. And even if the object does have collisions, those collisions have to be adjacent to where the socket is, which can be a bit of a pain. So what I can do, I can just include this as just a flat mesh. So make these unique. Make sure we don't lose our midpoints there. Right, so what we end up with is mapped out segments, and each segment has this anchor point in the center that allows us to work out what angle the socket needs to face. So if we export this, and let's make a new folder, so we'll call it snap guides will do. And then this would be ring 1, 5 segments. So the idea is that we're then going to replace the sockets that are on this mesh, place those with our new one. Okay, so I won't bother giving it a material. And we just need to block all, and we'll use complex collision on that. Actually, no, we don't need to, do we? In fact, we just add really simple collision to it and stick it on its own channel, then that won't actually mess up anything else in the game. So we need another channel in here. If I can remember where to add them. So we want a new object channel, and we'll call it snap guides. Default response is ignore, because you want everything to ignore the snap guides except the snap itself. So let me just check to see whether it uses a trace channel or not. I don't know for sure, but I'm assuming that this is firing a line trace. I don't know what channel it's using. It might very well be visibility channel, which is fine because we're only putting them on the floor. Let's give it a try a minute. fact that that's Z fighting like crazy tells me it's in the right place. Alright, so if we then add... Actually, in order to test this, let's move it away from the other one a minute. And then grab one of them. Let's copy that up. Make sure I haven't lost it. Yep, still there. Good. There is method to my madness here, so bear with me. Let's just do one in the middle a minute. So I have to remember to export these with the red direction facing that way for better snappage. So that should snap. Socket there. Oh, that one's facing the other way. So the red direction has to face the red direction in order for it to snap. There we go. Right. So that is snapping, which is good. One day we'll have a med bay. One day. To do double sockets there, so it's facing opposing directions. And if we pop this back to 75, so it snaps that way, and it should also snap that way. Great. Okay. Great stuff. Right, so now the other question is, can we make it hidden and have it still snap? Yes, we can, so that's good. So I think just trying to work out the best way of doing this. So I could have them on their own level, and then not load that level when the game loads. I mean, that would seem to be the better way of doing it. Okay, what did we call the mesh? Yeah, so I think the way I'll do this is, because we don't need these snap guides there for the actual game itself. So if I place these down for the purpose of just snapping things to them, and load them as a separate level, that means that the game can then ignore that level when loading, which means it won't get in the way during gameplay. Because there aren't any sockets on there, so that's probably a good test of it. So what height are we looking for there? It's going to be be right, and then that should just snap into place at the right height. Yep, that's looking good. Oops. Okay, so yeah, so this is going to be a much better way of rapidly rolling out decks, because it means that I don't need now to make a separate set of sockets for this section of the ship. In fact, all I need to do is just rotate this object around 90 degrees, like so, and then this will automatically now snap over here as well, like that. Now this is one of those sections that has 6 segments, so I just need a 6-segment version of this to snap on those particular wall panels. Are those all 6s? Yeah, they are, aren't they? Because depending on the deck, you have a combination of either 5-segment or 6-segment curves. So again, I only need 2 versions of the snapping template to position all of the wall panels, which is good. Anything to make life easier, basically. Funnily enough, Jose was asking about sounds because he wants to get started with some. So what we need to do really is go through some play tests and work out where sounds are missing the most. I think scanning sounds, definitely. Just some beeps and sweeps and wiggles. Yeah, the beep boops. I was trying to make a Spaceballs reference, but I can't remember what they said. Can you remember the line from Spaceballs?
I remember the jam on the radar.
Yeah, there's the sweeps and the swoops and the something or others. Ah, that's it. There's the creeps. Yeah, the sweeps and the creeps. Yeah. Yeah, but we need that. Right, we need a new level a minute. So create new level. Basic level, actually an empty level even. Empty level, and we want to create that Here, here, here. And we'll call it gallon snap guides. Okay. Okay, that's in the right spot. So that's those ones. Now we just need to work out which deck needs which versions of them. So G deck framework walls. Feeling they're going to need 6 if we're going for a actually no, 5. If we're doing a door in the middle, they need to be 5. So what have we got here? We've got the emergency power room there, so that's going to be 1, 2. So I think that one's going to be a 6 segment. That can be a 5 and so can that. So of course, yeah, we need a bit there as well. Right, so that's that one. Yes, the effect is still there. I'm thinking of saving it for April 1st though, but it is definitely still there. There it is, it's still there. Ooh. It actually took like an amusing amount of messing about with UVs to get this to work properly, but but there it is. I think I had it quite dim. You need to watch Spaceballs, AJ. It's a reference to that. Not at the moment, Sir Andrew. No, it's something I intended to add on April Fool's Day, just as a joke. But right now it's disabled. See, I could put it as just a 1 in 1,000 chance, just for a laugh. Yeah, it definitely has to be something that doesn't show up very often. It's not, we wouldn't want it, interfering with normal gameplay. Yeah, exactly. My FTL's bugged. It's coming up with plaid. So I think E and D decks are all going to be 6 segments. So that one's going to be 6. So it's that. I think that one's 5. So five there and 5 there. Well, when we add hyperspace to the game delta, that would be a good time for that. Yeah, Spaceballs is an absolute classic, so if anyone hasn't seen it, do go and watch it. I guess it might be a bit weird for modern audiences, but yeah, it's eminently quotable. Oh, SketchUp, why do you do these things? Nothing I love more than doing things twice. Autosave is about every half an hour. I tend not to do it too often because it freezes everything up while I'm in the middle of doing stuff. See you in my world, have a good one. Why didn't I think of this 6 months ago? Because I am a fallible human being. I guess when you've been living and breathing it for a few years, it all just kind of sinks in. That's a good plan, CSI. If someone could just invent me a time machine, I'll get right on that. So again, the reason I'm doing this is so that I can very rapidly whip out the wall panels and just paste them in all over the ship wherever I need them to, without having to go through the, quite frankly, rigmarole of setting up sockets for everything. So by doing it this way, I only need to do that once for each style of corridor segment. So again, in this instance, so this is going to be the 6 segment version, that's the 5 segment version, and each one of these little marks in the center corresponds to a socket position, and then obviously they're angled corresponding to the way we want the wall panels to face. So I just need to work out where that is in the world, add its angle, and then the beauty of it is when I move this around within Unreal, it carries the translation of those socket positions with it. So I only actually need to work out the angle just for these ones, and then when I copy it around there, obviously it automatically does the inverse of that for me. Which is all very handy. The reason I'm just removing this little edge piece here, because that just happens to be a 1-inch gap, which is the width of the corridor supports, which means I can see at a glance how many segments it is, rather than having to work it out by looking at the file name. Right, so let's re-export this one. It will have rotated it, so I just need to rotate them in the world. Models, Magellan class, snap guides. Right. That's one. I think I will name them with future ships in mind, because otherwise it's going to get confusing. That's supposed to be 6, isn't it? Just redo those, just to make sure I haven't made a boo-boo. That's the ring 1 T-junction. These ones make up the straight section, so they can be a group. Right, so for the whole inner section of C deck, really, I just need just those templates, and that's enough for those wall panels. And of course, those can now be copy pasted down towards other decks, meaning that I can just pop the panels into place without having to add any additional sockets, which is all jolly good. So that will have moved, which is fine. And now we can see where the segments are. And then that needs to be there. I'll probably move these to their own sub-levels, to be honest, and we'll have templates for like B deck, C deck, D and E accordingly, so they're not all up in my face when I'm trying to do stuff. It is indeed. So I shall leave the templating there because I know it works. So mission accomplished with that one. That's going to be a much better solution for popping in wall panels. So with that in mind, why don't we make some wall panels? So I know that we're missing... We're missing some window panels there. We've got a door panel. We need panels on this side. These should all line up. It's another a useful thing actually of having gaps in the segment pieces, because it kind of helps us make sure that we're exactly lined up on the wall bracing, which we are. Just extra verification that it's all kind of exactly where it should be. No, Cohen, it's not from scratch. So back at the beginning of last year, we did a big overhaul of the internal layout of the ship, and we moved to a design where all the corridor segments are literal segments. So this panel lines up with this panel, and the floor lines up with both of them, so it is an isolated segment. And we had to do that to allow for things like air pressure spread, fire spread, so that we can split the ship into logical segments, and then this segment can communicate data to this segment and so on down corridors. It's a way of organizing the ship logically to allow for better things in the future. So the act of doing that means that some of these segment pieces need to be rebuilt. So these ones have already been done, but they don't have the windows and things cut into them yet. So that's just things that I'm just following up on now and just sorting out. So most of it is copy paste. So like this one, and this one will have windows and doors in the same place, and they are in fact the same mesh. So I only have to do this one, and it's automatically also done on these two. So it's not as big as a job as it might look. Yeah, absolutely. And the same is true in the battery rooms as well. So some of these also need to be made into windows. So I imagine we'll have... Yeah, I'll probably make those two windows because there's room for it on the inside. Maybe those two. I don't think we need three there. I can do an SE, although I might just lock the door for now, just to stop people falling into it. Of course, the other change we made recently is the doors are now properly curved. So rather than just trying to fit a straight door into a curved wall, we're just curving the doors, which does make it more complicated on the translation because we're having to now rotate around a point that's over there somewhere. But it does make for a smoother mesh. It doesn't, because before with it being straight across the middle, you ended up having like a thin bit there and a fat bit there, and it just looked wrong. So curved doors are the way forward with that. Right, so let's see which ones we're missing. Okay, so we've got the corner posts there. And again, anchor point wise, so like these ones will use that anchor point, for example. Obviously they have their own anchor points, and we need one, or rather three there. I think I'll split that up into 3 panels, because otherwise that's going to be an enormously wide panel, which is no good. Maybe also for the floor. I shall have a look and see how that looks. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3 including the door, 4 including that door, 5 including that one, 6 to redo that. So that's 6 wall panels that we need to make around there. Right, okay, so let's go ahead and do these corner posts first because they should be quick and easy. Right, so we can get rid of that, get rid of that. Just need to find my templates. Oh, there they are. Right, so we'll grab that. Yeah, we'll do this one. So grab that, pop that over here. I don't doubt it, Fred O'Shea, although, you know, there is a technical limit as to how small you can make things. Obviously, you know, we're pushing the limits of, you know, quantum effects on transistors. So transistors can only be so small. Sorted on this a minute. So there, that's a height of 2.5. Should be equal to that. Just making sure I've got a right angle on this edge. Yeah, not quite. the reason I'm sticking an exact right angle there is so that when you've got two panels joining together, they fit together at a right angle. Otherwise you end up with weird gaps. So just grab a copy of this line. Weld that into a solid object, although it has gaps. It's better. And extrude. Maybe, although they are soft and rounded for a reason. Interior wall paneling, Oni Noni. F deck. Well, and G deck technically, because they're same panels. It's all about the plugins, Chris. Lots and lots of plugins. Although I've significantly narrowed down the amount of plugins I'm using, to be fair. So it's the Fredo 6 tools mostly. You've got a round corner, the joint push pull. I use Curvy Loft quite a lot. Yeah, that'll get most of this done. Things like the follow me tool was built in anyway. Can't remember off the top of my head what my inset was with that. I'm going to have to go and look at another one and see. so that was 3 there. 1 there. Which means that, oh, I didn't round that one off. $11 there, so that'll be 5.5. Right, okay. So that one needs another 0.5, and then that one needs another 2.5, as does this one. I have to start making that perpendicular bit longer for this, because I always run into issues on the curve where I can't push it back far enough, because it needs to be 5.5, and I've only left myself with a 4 centimeter gap, which one might say is bad planning. Okay, 1 wall panel. Oh yeah, and I need to cut through the bolt holes as well, because that's what we do now. Teehee. Ah, autosave. This is why I don't do autosave too often, is because it always happens when I'm in the middle of something. Although it does also save my bacon quite a lot, so I shouldn't begrudge it that. So again, at some point these bolts will actually have a purpose. You'll be able to undo them to remove the wall panel. For now they are just decorative. Most definitely. I mean, if it wasn't a self-sealing stem bolt, why would you use it? Right, that'll do us, I reckon. How can you level these floors? Interior. There we go. Hiding those floor panels because they're kind of in the way. Right, so the next job is to make that a group with an anchor point. So Magellan, ring 2, F deck, wall, corner piece, inner. Naming conventions are always fun with this because I kind of always forget which naming convention I'm running with. Ring 2, and we need wall panels. Import that into there. So one thing I always have to do with these meshes is, actually this one doesn't look too bad, but nanite has like a level of detail. Like actually you can see it there. The edge of the nut is the washer rather is a bit higgledy piggledy. So if we go into the nanite settings and just, I think it's 1/16 by default. So I just double that to 1/32th, and as you can see, that kind of makes it rounder. So it means that nanite is slightly more accurate when close up. Because you do get people flying in with cameras to look at the detail and go, oh, look at all that, it's all wobbly. And finally, sure it's using complex collisions. They will get their own collision meshes eventually, just not yet. Right, and there we go. That should be a done wall panel, other than the fact it needs a socket. Okay, so that should be over there. And the reason it's not is because of the export. So the origin point of that one is there. The origin point of that one is there. Oh, of course. So, yeah, so what I did is I exported that when I should have exported that, because I needed to inherit that as its world origin. That should pop that over there now. Because it's important that the world origin match the anchor point. Of course it will forget the collisions. So this thing where you re-import it and it loses the collisions is fixed on 5.5, so I'm looking forward to upgrading for that reason, if no other. Now, assuming that we have sockets in the right place, that should snap into place. So if we go to FDeck interior walls, grab a copy of that one and then just change the mesh. So that was bring to corner piece. Should be that one. So the socket is going to need rotating. Which way is it facing? That way. Okay, so let's flip that socket round a minute. There we go. Yeah, exactly, Firstus. There is a solution to the multiplayer issue. There's a patch that you can do to the plugin, or if we just use the pro version of the plugin, it avoids that entirely. And I am tempted to upgrade to the pro version because it adds some other stuff, like Steam Wallet and Steam, and the Steam inventory thing with like trading cards. It just adds support for that. It's not something we're planning on using anytime soon, but it would be nice just to have support ready to go should we do suddenly decide to use it. Just making sure that these all have the correct alignment. Oh look, I didn't smooth off that one either. I'm slacking. They look pretty much spot on. I'm all about that millimeter accuracy. Of course, labels are a thing now, so we just need to make sure they are positioned. So what is this? So if that's aft, then that's port. So that's... So you got panel 7... And that one would be 8. Seven, 8, 9, 10. So this one's going to be 11. Technically, I've put these in ring 2 because they're on this side, but I don't know. I'll have a think about that for the numbering. I tend to treat the straight corridor as part of the inner ring. So if that's ring 1, then that's the ring 1 straight bit, and then you got ring 2 and then a ring 2 straight bit. So technically that would be ring 1 because it's part of the straight bit. It could be either. Right, then we just need a flipped version of that to the other side. And then a flipped version of the label, which would have gone somewhere. Where did that end up? Oh, over there. Why are they so low down? So that's a height of 33 point something or other. Indeed, Firstus. No to willy-nilly. Sigh. Why is that coming up mirrored? Weird. Put a negative scale on everything. Right, so that one's F deck aft. Good luck indeed. These are a pain to update and track and keep accurate, but they do add a little something. And it'll also make it a lot easier if you're trying to find a fault behind a particular panel. Having the panel numbers on there is going to be quite nice, especially if you want to do it without having a HUD telling you where to go, and you want to just do it literally off of a fault sheet. That would be really cool. I think we definitely need that as an option in engineering, so you can choose to turn off HUD markers and literally use the panel codes to find your way around. Oh yeah, they are, Ian, thank you. Yeah, there are labels all over the place in some places. Yeah, I think FDEC's not too bad, but where Claire has taken wall panels like this and just copied them straight up, just to give herself a guide to go around when planting stuff. She hasn't gone through and updated the label locations, which isn't her fault. I didn't tell her to. Do with a consistent height for these, actually. I really wanted them to be kind of equidistant between these 2 points, just so that they're nicely balanced in the middle. I'll stick. This one's in the middle of the two, which is annoying. Yeah, definitely, Scorpio. One of the things, or one of the reasons we added like construction tools around the place was to kind of sell that, sell the fact that the ship is currently under construction, which is why we've got all this stuff laying about. Speaking of which, I did need to move this one because it was falling over when the game starts. Yeah, blame it on the wife. Yeah, a couple of these objects are flipping about when the game starts, just because they're like clipping with things. Just need to make sure that it's not clipping. Although we did have the discussion in that, where are we using a nail gun? It's all bolts, but still. No, actually, no, I haven't done the stair lights. That's a very good point. It's a very good point, in fact. Yeah, we'll do a play test and go through and work out which ones ping off everywhere when the game starts and position them in a way that they don't. Right, yeah, so let me just load up BDEC a minute. BDEC interior. So these little balustrade things, they manage their own lighting and visibility and everything. And I think what I'll do is I need to make a duplicate of them and turn it into a stair light instead. So if we do CDEC, because essentially I need to make just a strip light that fits into there, and that can just be a plane for now. In fact, a generic LED strip would be useful for many reasons. So what I can do with this is, rather than have the balustrade thing itself, replace that with literally just a plane. There's the engine material one. Nope. We want static, mesh. Actually, it's just called plane, isn't it? Yeah, there we go. Engine basic shapes. The most basic of planes. We don't need that. So one of the other weird things that seems to be happening with this is that like some of the lights don't light up, like these ones are not lit in the editor, whereas these ones are. And they're actually the same class. They're just child actors of the same class. And I can't work out why. These are using custom mesh data, so I think that's something to do with it. But yeah, I can't work out why that one lights up and that one doesn't when they're literally the same class. But we'll see whether this lights up or not. So we need... I think it was corridor panel. Yeah, that one. Corridor panel light. And it is not lit. Right, okay. And we'll set the scale of that based on some input criteria. So if we give it width and height, in fact, I did this for these ones so I can steal that. There's our those ones. That'll do us. Okay, whack that one in there. Right, and if we set that 100 by default, which is the standard dimensions of the plane. Oh, make sure they're both instance editable. Right. So we can now set the height and everything accordingly. So I think I'm going to have to make this a job for Claire. This is a job that she's perfectly suited to, which is going around after me and just positioning all these lights, because as you might imagine, this is a really time-consuming, fiddly job. Come on, line up, come on. There we go. Well, the better way of doing it would be via sockets, and that's why I use the socket approach around here, because otherwise I'll be doing this with every single wall panel, and you can imagine how much of a pain that would be. Just choked on my tea. Don't mind me just dying.
If you die, I'll take over your stream, okay?
Public service announcement. Tea is not breathable. Do not try and breathe tea. So here's a question from an electrical perspective. It's like, which deck do we wire these up to? So I'm assuming... So the way I designed this staircase is that it's obviously a solid object that gets bolted on. So the power connector is either at the bottom or at the top. It's a difficult one because the stairs literally span equally between two decks, although I suppose there's more of them on the deck below than there is the deck above. So if we say that the power goes in the bottom there, that means all these lights need to be on this deck's power supply. So in this instance, it'd be those lights there. So we turn on that. Just suffering from secondary tea drowning. So we want that light feed there. And then that would go into there. Okay. And then we need to sort the light itself out, so we turn off our fake light a minute. So I think with these ones, just set them up as being alert lights. Yeah, so they should operate the same as those ones by default. They will Anasi, yes. Which means that in actuality I need to use a different material on them. Which is corridor blue strip, I believe. Yeah, that one. Yeah, there will be NL. There'll be a few of them around. Not specifically outside of the gym, but there'll be lifts basically either side of D and E decks going all the way through. Not so much at the front of the ship, but definitely the sides and the back. Obviously you've got the main lift right in the middle, and you've got the C deck lift on either side that goes down all the way down to E deck. But no, we don't have any lifts at the front, so that's perhaps something we need to sort out. We can always have one in the mall section. duplicate them, not rename them. Yeah, generally speaking, the alert strips on the ship are going to be used for that purpose. So if power's off, we want the alert strips to be on still, to provide like last resort navigation. How big's that? 2 meters. Why wouldn't it be 1? That's just confusing. Okay, so there's our box that creates the actual glow. Now we just need to position and scale it. And that's a point. Actually, we also need the position. So we need a vector. Well, to be honest, a transform will do it. Glow transform. If you mean on the stairs, Oni, the stairs themselves will have a power connector. And on the ceiling panels, there is actually a power cable. Somewhere. Oh, there. It's difficult to see because it's kind of like black on black, but here there is actually a power cable. So the panel itself and the strips all share a power supply. Oh, I see what you mean. Yeah, we'll just have some kind of local battery backup. So if we have it so that these panels have batteries, or a capacitor more than a battery. So if power is lost, we can have it so these strips here are still lit up for a period of time. Probably not very long, but just, you know, long enough. Right, so actually, we need to do a transform. Don't need to rotate it. Every stair cobalt. Same as the ones in engineering. Need to adjust some of the stuff on this one, so there we are. It is custom primitive data, of course it is. So it's data index 5 and 8. Working with these custom data points is by far the most performant way of changing material properties on an individual mesh, but it is sometimes unreliable. Don't think the square light's the one we need, but let me just see a sec. Because basically I want this one without the bright patch. I can't remember how I did that last time. It's definitely the right light source. We need to to make sure that that fall off is more uniform, and that gets rid of the bright point. Let me just do a test cube a minute. Okay, cube, let's light you up. Ah, brilliant. Did we have a material error? I can't remember now. Remember on the last stream we had a rogue material in there somewhere that was crashing the engine. Yes, atmospheric decompression will be a thing eventually, but not anytime soon. We've got a lot of other modelling to do first in terms of air pressure and things within the ship. NL, escape pods, yeah, so we're not going to have escape pods, we're going to have life rafts. So similar to real world naval vessels, it won't just be a space coffin that you get into, it'll be a proper underslung life raft, which actually, if I turn on that, so that'll be underneath here. This is probably the best place for them to go. So if we have just a central corridor running down there, then we can have a series of life rafts just underneath here that just kind of pop off if needed. And at the same time, we've also got the shuttle bay, which will have probably shuttle capacity for half, if not all, of the crew, depending on how big the shuttles are. If you think about the size of your average coach, I mean, you can get a lot of people onto one. But yeah, we'll see. The default is going to be life rafts underneath here. And the idea of the life rafts is each one will maybe hold up to 25 people and have food and water for a period of time, plus life support, and to be landable. So they'll basically like a landing craft. So if you jettison above a planet, they'll be able to land on that planet and serve as a shelter. Obviously they got no FTL or anything, so you'd have to be in orbit in order for that to be practically useful. Try this again. So the question is, does open the material browser cause a crash? Yes, it does. Okay, so that means there is a dodgy material there somewhere. The question is, which one? So about a month ago, I think it was, we had a pretty nasty engine crash which corrupted a few files. I can't remember. I think something to do with casting to game state caused a hard crash, and that corrupted some things. And I think one of those materials was one of the things that got corrupted. So the nightmare job is locating which material was actually the one causing the crash. So it's a case of filtering this for materials, which I've already seem to have done, and then just going through and see whether they come up. I thought I'd filtered that for materials. Just materials. There we go. Now it should crash when they load. So I'll just go through these folders a minute. Bunch of this stuff isn't actually used, and none of it gets packaged if it's not actively being used, but it doesn't help with folder bloat in the project file. Hopefully the bugged material is going to be part of something I'm not using, and we can just delete it. Okay, so none of them caused a crash. Okay, none of that. I mean, a faulty material, yes, could be increasing like shader complexity count, or at least shader computation more than it normally would. But I think those are just heavy materials anyway. Like the gas giant material is probably one of the heaviest in the game. It uses a lot of overlaying noise layers, which I want I want to try and reduce that down a bit so there's less noise being generated on the fly. But yeah, for that reason they are quite heavy. Okay, so it's none of them lot. So test number 2. Can we open those materials? Yes, we can. Oops. No, come back. Actually, that's useful. I can just close them all at once. Yeah, I was thinking along the similar lines where, like within the ceiling panel itself, you know, there are some capacitors which keep the lights on, or at least it keeps the strip lights on for maybe like 10-20 minutes without any power. So this is the folder that has the gas giant material in it. So if that's the problem, then we will find it now. Hey Eric, how you doing? We were making a new LED strip actor, and then we encountered a crash, and the crash seems connected to a material, a bad material in some way. So we're trying to find out what material that was. And sadly, the only way of finding out is by opening them. It was indeed, yeah. See, I thought I'd identified and fixed that, but obviously there's still another material somewhere which is unhappy in some way. It's definitely none of these ones because it would crash otherwise. Seems to be opening these absolutely fine. This is like one of those, you know, welcome to game dev moments. Welcome to software development. Sometimes you just spend time fixing stuff. There will never be millions of materials in ASCII. Most of the materials you see me going through here are not even used. Then why are they there, I hear you ask? For the simple reason that I haven't gone through and purged a lot of the old stuff that's in the project folder. It's just, you know, experiments from the past, things I've tried out, things I've decided not to use, and you know, over a couple of years, you tend to build up some bloat of just stuff that's hanging around. I need to sit down at some point and just spend time going through the project folder and really kind of clearing out some of this stuff that we're not using. But generally speaking, you know, material wise, a lot of, well, most of the ship itself, or the interior, or the framework, uses a very small number of materials. In fact, you know, the entire ship's framework uses one material for the whole ship, and we need it to be that way for, you know, performance and memory usage reasons. We're already using about 2 gigs of VRAM in the game, so in fact, probably more than that now. It's more like 3 gigs of VRAM. So, you know, we need to keep the VRAM budget under control. Not a bad shout, CSI. I think just a purging of old content that's no longer used is definitely in order. You know, that again, it's not going to help with performance, and it's not going to help with overall package size, because if the way Unreal Engine works, it looks at a reference chain for any particular level. So it starts with a level and it builds a reference chain of all the things that are needed as part of that level, and anything that's not in that reference chain is not included in the package. So, you know, I've got a library of things like, you know, pot plants and chairs and just stuff that I've collected, but unless it's actually used in a level, none of it gets included in the package. So although my project folder might be huge, the packaged game isn't. Yeah, Rustus, exactly. You can be a team mascot for the Dove team. Interesting. Never seen that message before. I don't think it's crashed. I think it's thinking about it crashed. Oh, no, it's busy opening a bazillion materials. Oh, and it's compiling shaders as well. Actually, that's not a bad thing. It could be a corrupt shader that just needed to be recompiled, so quite happy for it to be doing that. Funny enough, this M01 material was causing a lot of issues in Unreal 5.5, to the point where it was preventing a package, and it was some nanite shader rasterizer compile that was, for some reason, it wouldn't allow the rasterizer to compile a shader from this material. And it was something to do with nanite and world position offset. So I just turned off world position offset, and that seemed to have fixed it. But that was a 5.5 issue. It's never been a problem with 5.4. Yeah, hear those CPU fans roar. Oh, what? Is it barely using it? Come on, computer, try harder. Welcome to Unreal, 59 gigs of RAM. So the question is, do we have like a bazillion materials here and we're just not seeing them? Where's it getting that lens flare simple from? Oh, it must be that one. Well, there we go. Now it's dumping them out of RAM. Uh, 192 King Zombie. A lot of RAM, and sometimes it uses it all, which is crazy. Yeah, there we go. Well, that folder didn't crash it. Yeah, RAM's not too bad, but definitely worth it. I mean, there's only 4 DIMMs. They're quite chunky. This mesh to volume plugin I got ages ago is actually really quite good. You need to do each mesh manually. I don't think it can do it in real time, but it will turn any static mesh into a volume texture. And I was thinking this can be actually really good for things like real world nebulas, because if we can get like a point cloud or something for a real world nebula, then we can turn them into clouds, which is good. It's going to be the last folder I check, isn't it? Good point. Well, the good thing is that we've been through the main important stuff folders, so whatever's crashing it's nothing like too serious. Well, that's true, Oni Noni. It might have fixed itself with all the shader compiles that it was doing. Apparently you can do like Control Alt full stop or something to recompile shaders, but I've never got it to work. If this doesn't fix it, then I might have to delete my shader cache completely. Enjoy, Mr. Sid. Ooh. See, that's a very similar error to what it threw when compiling sometimes. Potential progress. Plus, that's a folder we're not using, so I can delete that quite happily. Yeah, exactly, Mojin. Just, right, that's it. Delete the project, start again. Yeah, so we did upgrade to 5.5 for about a day. And then we realized that multiplayer wasn't working on 5.5 because Epic changed something with the way it validates sessions. And it broke Steam in 5.5, and we've since had like a 5.5.2 update, and it's still not fixed. So we've rolled back to 5.4 until such a time as that is fixed. So we are still on 5.4, basically. Right, I'm going to come back to that folder, but I will just check these ones as well. I've got so many copies of this UE4 mannequin texture material, rather. Like, every asset pack you ever download has got the same mannequin materials with it. Actually, another thing that's worth doing is cleaning up the redirectors. Okay, so it was that folder there. So the question is, does trying to open them all crash it again? MP raise 4. Oh, no, I'm good this time. No, we're not. Haha. Excellent. Right. So I think we can be sure of what folder it is. That would be really funny if it was literally the UE logo. Well, it's funny you should say that. We used to have the UE logo playing on startup just as an AVI, and that was causing some clients to crash. So we actually had to take out the UE5 logo to stop that crash from happening. I don't know why that was causing a crash, but it was. Right, so that was raise 4. So are you referenced by anything? No. Goodbye. In fact, is any of this referenced by anything? Yes, let the purge begin. This is one of those plugins that I downloaded yonks ago to learn how they did certain stuff. It's a good way of learning. That, however, is being used. Yeah, there's going to be some material functions here actually that I need to move. But yeah, it's a brilliant way of learning something like Unreal. If you just pick up some plugins and see how certain things have been done, it's a great learning resource. Yeah, just a bunch of old stuff that I used as learning material and now I don't need. Although some of it is still referenced, so there's going to be a couple of material functions here. Yeah, some of this stuff is for the stars. Right, so that can stay. Right then, let's just clean up some redirectors. Eventually. So what these are essentially redirect files. So if you move an asset from one location to another, it leaves behind a redirector. So any other asset looking for that asset goes, okay, that's over there now. But then you tend to build them up over time and end up with loads of them. Right then. So did that fix the problem? That's the question. Let's find out. Here is a cube. And I'm going to click the material browser and it still crashes. Right, and that's not going to give us any references to what is causing it. Right, so a shader is failing to compile. So which shader? So if it was none of the ones in the content folder, it must be one of the ones in one of the external plugin folders, maybe? Or even more hilariously, an engine material. Right, so these are some really, really, really old materials from previous projects. Well, shaders and materials are basically the same thing. As I understand it, the material graph that's present like this, so this material graph here is compiled into a shader. It depends on Inani. I mean, yes, because when we open the material up, sometimes it will replace any missing shaders that it doesn't have a cache of, because it has this thing called a derived data cache, and the derived data cache holds all the compiled shaders. So if you delete the derived data cache, it has to recompile everything all over again. It's not liking this one. It would be reasonably amusing if it was actually an engine material. But then I just had to recompile the engine and that should fix that. Nom 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 ram. Not as much as last time. So you can see here at the bottom right, it's you probably can't see actually because of my face. Hang on, let's move my face. See there, it's compiling shaders. So by virtue of opening all of these materials up, it has to go through and compile any missing shader files. That done. I like that there's so many. Oh yeah, you can just about see the little lines there. There's so many open it can't show them. I'm going to stretch across my screen. Alright, there they all are. So that's like literally every single material across the whole engine has now just been opened. So surely that would have fixed it. I'm almost too scared to press the button. Oh, oh, oh. I think that fixed it. Let me just try it with a cube. That means it was an engine material. God damn you, Epic. Oh, ah! Interesting. What's up with a cube? Hang on a minute. Default cube destroys the entire project. Why is it queued? Nothing's open. Ah. Got an editor there just sitting around. Yeah. Yeah, fixing the engine wasn't part of my plan, but oh well. Hey ho. Yeah, there we go. Now we're hitting the CPU. No, I think we've solved the problem, Anasi. It seems to be the default cube that's more of an issue than the materials themselves. Which is weird. Right then. Let's try that cube again. This is why, by the way, I don't want to use a modified version of Unreal Engine, because a lot of the time you can literally mod the engine to add features that Epic haven't provided by default. But I really don't want to go with a custom engine version, because otherwise I'd be using the NVIDIA branch, because they've got some cool stuff you can play with. But if you're not using the default engine, then you don't have the that nice ability just to reset everything if something goes pear-shaped. Right, so just to confirm, I can quite happily browse materials. I mean, because it could have been a material adjacent to the one that was on the default cube. Like it was like just like default white or something. Can't remember now. But anyway, that seems to be working there. So let's add a cube back in. The cube of terror. Right, so it's using basic shape material. Okay. And I'm assuming that all the basic shapes will be using basic shape material. Okay. That is a very, very strange bug. Well, what I can do, actually, CSI, I can use this one. Yeah, if it's the shader cache, I mean, it might not be, but let's just try it here a minute. I mean, I'm sure that's not like the engine, because that would be crazy. More people would be moaning about it if it was the engine. Yeah, it's not the engine. So an interesting test then, in that regard, would be to change the material on here to the basic shape material. Which would be that one. Interesting. So I don't think it's the basic shape material itself. I think it's material adjacent to it in the alphabetical list. Yeah, the derived data cache, it's where it stores all the shaders. I don't like to purge that if I can get away with it, because it does mean it forces recompiling every single shader, which takes a while. But as a last resort, I will do that. So basic shape materials, this one, which is a perfectly non-exciting material. I'll save it just to be sure. But I'm guessing if we do all materials starting with B, it's going to be like these ones, like basic ground, basic water, yeah, so all I had to type then was BA and it crashed. Alright, fine. So the derived data cache usually lives in, I think it's app data, app data local epic, or was it under Unreal Engine? Unreal Engine, oh yeah, there, 5.4 derived data cache, there we go. So, of course it uses some other weird thing now. Yeah, because Unreal now uses, I forgot to remember what it's called. Its own little database thing, that little database server that it runs, which means the derived data cache is empty because it's using that instead. Tempted though just to purge that whole thing. That's weird. Why wouldn't I have permission? It's probably going to force a recompile, but we'll see. Yeah. Compile those shaders. Watch my CPU melt. Shame it doesn't show temperature on here actually, because that would be interesting. I don't often like push it to 100%. Airikes. Well, to be honest, while we're watching this compile, I'll show you how to do it. So in your installed folder, here's one I prepared earlier. Right, so in the Starship Simulator folder, you'll find a content folder, and that's where the databases live. So you'll have the real world stars database, which is the one that's massive. That's the 18 million odd real world stars. And then you have the stars modded database. So this one is where you add stars to the game. So you need to open it up in a database browser of some kind. I just used this one because it was free. And if we look at the tables in there, you can see that I've added none. So you need to insert rows into this database. So it would be like insert into star systems, and then you need the name of the tables, which is system name star Kelvin temp. Hopefully whatever software you use can just like have an add row button. I've not found an add row button on here yet, so I'm having to do it manually. X, Y, Z. I'll leave it at that actually. Values, same thing in brackets. So we'll have Danville, same temperature as the sun, and then we'll stick it at minus 26,671. 057. That should put it right next to Earth practically. So run that as a query, and what that's done is that's placed a row within the data. Now, because I've left out all the race details, this will be an uninhabited system, so it will put a star called Danville with that temperature in this location in the galaxy. If I wanted to add life to that, then I would simply add life, like so. There is one point which is kind of unavoidable right now. In the physiology, government, and religion, I don't have drop downs for those, so you're just going to have to like experiment with which number is which. So I know that, for example, 0, everything's gone mad. Like 0 is humanoid. Again, 0 in that one would be democracy, and 0 in that one would I think, be atheist. And then with the aggression, 50 would be neutral, and 50 again would be neutral for xenophobia. I might do that 0 to 100 rather than keep 50 at the midpoint, but to be decided. But once you enter a race name, it will then treat that as an inhabited world. And then you can just keep adding as many rows as you want with as much details as you want to add star systems to the game. Obviously this isn't doing anything with planets. The way it works is if you give it a race name, then what it will do is artificially force an Earth-like world into the habitable zone of this star. So it will work out where the habitable zone is based on the temperature and place an Earth-like world there and then build the system around it. If you don't include a race name, then it's just a fully procedural system. That was it. Oh yeah. Ha. That would have saved me typing the SQL manually. But it's good practice to do it manually. But anyway, that's how you do it. I have a bunch of empty stars there now, won't I? That's a good way of putting it. Actually, I will, because we don't want this finding its way onto the live build. Delete from star systems. That should purge it. Why is that not? Oh, because I didn't open the database, that's why. Delete from star systems. And basically that just purges it, so now there's no rows. Okay. See you, CSI. Have a good one. Right. Did this fix the problem? B. Okay. A. Okay. S. I. C. Okay. Shape. Okay, so far so good. And if I click it, do we? No, we don't crash. Haha. Great. So there we go. Fixed. All of that just to fix a broken material. Thanks. So I'm still none the wiser as to what material that was. Drag a cube in a minute. So the materials around it, it's just... See, these are all engine materials, so that's really weird. Oh well. I'll take the win. Of course, it's going to be constantly preparing shaders now. No, where's my texture gone? Right, now what I wanted to do is find a dark bit like there, And then bring in that cube. Right, and then start messing about with the light. So that would have been that one, I think. Right, so this is what I was looking for with the light on the stairs. So basically, when you're looking through it, it lights up anything behind. When you're inside it, it's not. But that's fine, because if we're just using it as an LED strip, then that's all we need. So that would just be like a light down at floor level. Something like that. So the LED strip is then lighting the floor. But what we need is to fix that hot point in the middle. And I'm sure it was something to do with the fall off. Or did I hard code that? Like some kind of imbecile. It's not unreasonable to think I probably did that. Center area size is that times whatever's. Oh no, I didn't hard code it, so. So in that case, because I don't want to use an actual physical light to do this, because actual physical lights obviously have a cost associated with them, and this is free. This has no GPU cost at all other than a transparent material. So this one behaves like a rect light, basically. I don't believe it has soft edges. Ooh, or does it? Oh. This could be the one. So, right, so yeah, so we can control the fall off from that. And I think that center area size is relative to the size of the mesh. Something like that, anyway. Similar deal, it only lights up when you're outside of it. No worries, Arax. It's a quick and dirty solution. It's not exactly something that we want to do in the long term, but as a for now solution, it's actually not too bad. At least it means you can get star systems into the game, as you need them to be. Right, so let's go with this. So that's square light out add. Fortunately, the actor I made earlier still exists, so that's something. Yeah, so the SQL database I've made is the precursor to what will be the GM tools. So the GM tools will be there for people to make their own sections of Galaxy, I guess, if they want to set up a story with custom star systems and custom races. That's how they'll go about doing that, and that will all be done from within the game. But of course, for now, you can just edit the SQL file. No, right now it doesn't support multi-star systems. That is something that will be coming though. But the way we're going to have to organize stuff within a star system is going to have to be a separate file to the one that places the stars. So there are basically two sets of data. You've got the galactic data, which shows the location of star systems, and you have another set of data that actually details what's in that star system. So we can flag when generating the galaxy that this location has, say, a trinary system, and we can even probably work out what stars those are in that trinary. But it's not until we actually generate the star system data that we generate the details for that trinary system, like which star is orbiting which star. So it could be that you have a central star with a pair of stars orbiting around it, or you could have a pair of stars in the middle with a single star orbiting around it. So there are various versions of a trinary system. When we're generating the galactic data, we don't have the CPU overhead to be able to generate that much detail. So we have to do that when we generate the star system individually, which is why that has to be a separate set of data. And once we've got that done, that will support multi-star systems, moons of moons, and essentially an infinite tree of parent-child relationships. But we need to get to that point, and that's another data overhaul job which I need to do sometime after the next update. Not before the demo, of course, after the demo. Long-term duffing, yes. One of the things that I'd like to do is I'd like to use the Steam Workshop for mission creation, so people can create their own missions, their own stories, and have some limited control over, NPC with this name says this dialogue and stands in this location and then walks to this location, and just have the game handle the pathing, but have the script say, right, at this point this person needs to be stood here, and they won't continue their dialogue until they're stood in that location. Something like that. So we basically need to build a script system, but that's way off into the future. We're going to get the base game done first. Hey Zockbox, good to see you too. How far behind is the demo? Too far, to be honest. So we were hoping to have it out by Christmas. Obviously, we slipped that schedule by miles. And right now we're just polishing and adding the missing bits, and I still need to finish off the tutorial overhaul. We're not that far away, but it's so difficult to put a time frame on it, because it's just a case of every day we make progress, but every day we also find a new bug that needs fixing, but we're just taking it day by day. So soon. It's all right, Archer, I'll take it. Yeah, I'll be the first to admit we're completely behind on this demo update, and it is an absolute nightmare. But it is what it is, and we're just continuing to plug away at it until we get it done. I think that's the one I wanted. Why isn't that lighting up the floor? So this is the point we got to earlier when it all crashed. So it was square lights. That one. Was it that one? Perhaps it wasn't that one then. I thought it was. Definitely wasn't that one. No, it was over here when I did it. Let me just add another cube a minute. Actually, let's use this one. Zoom. Oh, wait. Forgot an important bit, which was to add that. Go back. So what we want to do is just have a subtle glow from that as it kind of lights up the step. Kind of radiating from there. So we want to keep it below the top of the step like that, and just have it kind of just creating that glow. I think what I might do actually is might make this rather than being a plane, make it a stretched out cube. Go with something like that. That should be lighting up the step. And then we just need our electrical cable reference, so we know which cable it's plugged into. Let's just see if it lights up in game a minute. It depends, Jack, because if I don't and keep it as a separate object, then it means each one can be shot and damaged separately. If I include them all in the stairs prefab, then all of them are connected and will go out in unison if the stairs themselves are damaged. So it really depends on whether we want them to be individually damageable or not. And also it does mean that the stairs have to be part of the lighting mesh. Sorry, the lighting actor, which I don't want. Because when for things like this, obviously these strips are part of the mesh, but it means I can get rid of them and just have individual lights positioned around them, which genuinely is more flexible. It's just more time consuming to place them all. Probably tonight, to be honest. I'll add some more lights to the stairs, stop them from being dirty, because they're still picking up dirt for some reason. What else was I doing? Oh yeah, and a bit more of the framework as well. Thank you, Delta. Yeah, I can add sockets to the LED strip, and I can add sockets to the stairs, but again I would have to actually work out the positions of all the sockets first. So I think it's fixed itself first. Yeah, so I'd have to add sockets to the stairs. And this set of stairs here is a mirrored set of stairs from these ones, and that messes up with the sockets. So there are some solutions we can look at, but it's one of those things where once I've done like this set of stairs here, all I need to do is copy paste them down a level by the same offset, so they are easily copy pastable once I've done one set of stairs. See you, Daniel. Have a good one. And it has a hilariously positioned electrical socket, of course. But more concerning is why the light isn't lighting up. I imagine it's because it's not setting the custom mesh data like at runtime. Let's just give that a quick whirl on it. So what do we want? So data index for should be 2. No, I think it was 8, wasn't it? No, 5 should be 100. So it's not doing it on the constructor, but let's see whether we can force it on begin play. Again, this is the pain with working with these custom data indexes. Is that sometimes it just ignores them, like there. It'll be part of the lighting circuit, Delta. I did wonder that, whether it should be on data or whether it's on the utilities feed with all the doors, or whether it's on the lighting circuit with all the lights, given that they are obviously fed from cables in the ceiling. But it seemed to make sense that they'd be on the lighting circuit. Yeah, see, these ones are lighting up. And they're essentially using the same thing. But why is that one not lighting up? They do, especially on the stairs as well, because I think from a safety perspective, having the stairs lit when the power goes out is definitely needed. I wonder if we're missing a trick with that one. I'm sure we were doing that. Yeah. So fall off is 2. 75, which is fine. Interesting one. Yeah, definitely. These LED strips they're going to use next to nothing. So, like with the ceiling panels there, just a capacitor that just keeps them fed for even 20 minutes is better than nothing. Right, so I'm going to go and investigate why that isn't lighting up, but I need to go have a stretch, have a walkabout, so I shall call it there for tonight. Thank you everyone for bearing with whilst we went through all the engine bugs and fixing all of that. Wasn't a huge amount of progress tonight, but at least we got some wall panels made and we solved our placement problem, so we made some progress. Better than none at all. So have a good week everyone, and I shall see you on Wednesday. Bye for now.